Welcome to Magical Bedtime Stories, your cozy escape into the world of soothing tales and dreamy adventures. Relax, unwind, and let our stories guide you to a peaceful night's sleep. Sweet dreams await. Hello, my dear friends and dreamers. It's Elena, and welcome back to another evening of shared stories and enchanting adventures. Every time the chill of winter sets in, I'm reminded of the classic tale of Snow White, a story full of magic, kindness, and courage that has captured our hearts for generations. Tonight, I thought we'd journey deep into the heart of a snowy forest, where towering trees hide mysterious secrets and a cozy cottage filled with 7 delightful dwarves awaits. Along the way, we'll encounter charming woodland creatures, uncover spells hidden within the Queen's enchanted mirror, and explore the beauty and danger of this timeless fairy tale. Whether you're dreaming of a world where apples carry magical enchantments, wishing for a loyal animal companion, or simply seeking the warmth of a tale filled with love and bravery, there's something in this story for everyone. And if you'd like a way to support the channel, consider heading on over to my Patreon and tossing a gold coin or two so I can keep the magic alive and maybe bake a delicious pie for our woodland friends. Now it's time to curl up by the fire, sip on some warm apple cider, and step into the world of Snow White, where magic mirrors whisper secrets, forests come alive, and bravery shines brightest of all. Let's begin our enchanting journey together. Once upon a time, in midwinter, when the snowflakes were falling like feathers from heaven, a queen sat sewing at her window, which had a frame of black ebony wood. As she sewed, she looked up at the snow and pricked her finger with her needle. 3 drops of blood fell into the snow. The red on the white looked so beautiful that she thought to herself, if only I had a child as white as snow, as red as blood, and as black as the wood in this frame. Soon afterward, she had a little daughter who was as white as snow, as red as blood, and as black as ebony wood, and therefore they called her Little Snow White. As soon as the child was born, the queen died. A year later, the king took another wife. He then planned to divorce the young woman. She was a beautiful woman, but she was proud and arrogant, and she could not stand it if anyone might surpass her in beauty. She had a magic mirror. Every morning she stood before it, looked at herself, and said, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who in this land is fairest of all?" To this the mirror answered, "You, my queen, are fairest of all." Then she was satisfied, for she knew that the mirror spoke the truth. Snow White grew up and became ever more beautiful. When she was 7 years old, she was as beautiful as the light of day, even more beautiful than the queen herself. One day, when the queen asked her mirror, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who in this land is fairest of all?" it answered, "You, my queen, are fair, it is true, but Snow White is 1,000 times fairer than you." The queen took fright and turned yellow and green with envy. From that hour on, whenever she looked at Snow White, her heart turned over inside her body. So great was her hatred for the girl. The envy and pride grew ever greater like a weed in her heart, until she had no peace, day and night. Then she summoned a huntsman and said to him, "Take Snow White out into the woods." And he came and took her away, and away they went toward the woods. "I never want to see her again. Kill her, and as proof that she is dead, bring her lungs and her liver back to me." The huntsman obeyed and took Snow White into the woods. He took out his hunting knife and was about to stab it into her innocent heart when she began to cry, saying, "Oh, dear huntsman, let me live. I will run into the wild woods." Because she was so beautiful, the huntsman took pity on her. He said, "Run away, you poor child." He thought the wild animals would soon devour her anyway, but still, it was as if a stone had fallen from his heart, for he would not have to kill her. Just then, a young boar came running by. He killed it, cut out its lungs and liver, and took them back to the queen as proof of Snow White's death. The cook had to boil them with salt, and the wicked woman ate them, supposing that she had eaten Snow White's lungs and liver. The poor child was now all alone in the great forest, and she was so afraid that she just looked at all the leaves on the trees and did not know what to do. Then she began to run. She ran over sharp stones and through thorns, and wild animals jumped at her, but they did her no harm. She ran as far as her feet could carry her, and just as evening was about to fall, she saw a little house and went inside in order to rest. Inside the house, everything was small, but so neat and clean that no one could say otherwise. There was a little table with a white tablecloth and 7 little plates, and each plate had a spoon. there were 7 knives and forks and 7 mugs. And as well, against the wall, there were 7 little beds, all standing in a row and covered with snow-white sheets. Because she was so hungry and thirsty, Snow White ate a few vegetables and a little bread from each little plate, and from each mug she drank a drop of wine. Afterward, because she was so tired, none of them felt right. One was too long. She remained lying in it, entrusted herself to God, and fell asleep. After dark, the masters of the house returned home. They were the 7 dwarfs who picked and dug for ore in the mountains. They lit their 7 candles, and as soon as it was light in their house, they saw that someone had been there, for not everything was in the same order as they had left it. The first one said, "Who has been sitting in my chair?" The second one, "Who has been eating from my plate?" The third one, "Who has been eating my bread?" The fourth one. The fifth one, "Who has been sticking with my fork?" The sixth one, "Who has been cutting with my knife?" The seventh one. Then the first one saw that there was a little imprint in his bed and said, "Who stepped on my bed?" The others came running up and shouted, "Someone has been lying in mine as well." But the seventh one, looking at his bed, found Snow White lying there, asleep. The 7 dwarves all came running up, and they cried out with amazement. They fetched their 7 candles and shone the light on Snow White. "Oh, good heaven," they cried. "This child is so beautiful." They cried, "This child is so beautiful." They were so happy that they did not wake her up, but let her continue to sleep there in the bed. The 7th dwarf had to sleep with his companions 1 hour with each one. The next morning, Snow White woke up, and when she saw the 7 dwarfs, she was frightened. They were friendly and asked, "What is your name?" "My name is Snow White," she answered. "How did you find your way to our house?" the dwarfs asked further. Then she told them that her stepmother had tried to kill her, that the huntsman had spared her life, and that she had run the entire day, finally coming to their house. The dwarf said, "Yes," said Snow White, "with all my heart." So she kept house for them. Every morning they went into the mountains, looking for ore and gold. And in the evening, when they came back home, their meal had to be ready, During the day, the girl was alone. The good dwarfs warned her, saying, "Be careful about your stepmother. She will soon know that you are here. Do not let anyone in." Now the queen, believing that she had eaten Snow White's lungs and liver, could only think that she was again the first and most beautiful woman of all. She stepped before her mirror and said, "Mirror, mirror, on the wall." It answered, "You, my queen, are fair, it is true. But Snow White beyond the mountains, with the 7 dwarfs, is still 1,000 times fairer than you." This startled the queen, for she knew that the mirror did not lie. And she realized that the huntsman had deceived her and that Snow White was still alive. Then she thought and thought again how she could kill Snow White. For as long as she was not the most beautiful woman in the entire land, her envy would give her no rest. At last she thought of something coloring her face. Ew! She disguised herself as an old peddler woman, so that no one would recognize her. In this disguise, she went to the house of the 7 dwarfs. Knocking on the door, she called out, "Beautiful wares for sale." Snow White peered out the window and said, "Good day, dear woman. What do you have for sale?" The sea goddess was not too happy with herself. Out of nowhere, she heard her name calling. "Let me in, I pray. Good wares, beautiful wares," she answered. "Bodice laces, in all colors." She took out one that was braided from colorful silk. "Would you like this one? I can let that honest woman in," thought Snow White, then unbolted the door and bought the pretty bodice lace. "Child," said the old woman, "how you look. Come, let me lace you up properly." The unsuspecting Snow White stood before her and let her do up the new lace. But the old woman pulled so quickly and so hard that Snow White could not breathe. "You used to be the most beautiful one," said the old woman, and hurried away. Not long afterward, how terrified they were when they saw their dear Snow White lying on the ground, not moving at all, as though she were dead. They lifted her up, and seeing that she was too tightly laced, they cut the lace in two. Then she began to breathe a little, and little by little, she came back to life. When the dwarves heard what had happened, they said, "The old peddler woman was no one else but the godless queen. Take care and let no one in when we are not with you." When the wicked woman returned home, she went to her mirror and asked, Mirror, mirror on the wall, who in this land is fairest of all? The mirror answered once again. When she heard that, all her blood ran to her heart, because she knew that Snow White had come back to life. This time she said, "I shall think of something." Then, with the art of witchcraft, which she understood, she made a poisoned comb. Then she disguised herself, taking the form of a different old woman. Thus she went across the 7 mountains to the 7 dwarfs, knocked on the door, and called out, "Good wares for sale." Snow White looked out and said, "Ha ha ha, go on your way. I am not allowed to let anyone in." "You surely may take a look," said the old woman, pulling out the poisoned comb and holding it up. The child liked it so much that she let herself be deceived and opened the door after they had agreed on the purchase. The old woman said, "Now, let me comb your hair properly." She had barely stuck the comb into Snow White's hair when the poison took effect and the girl fell down unconscious. "You specimen of beauty," said the wicked woman. "Now you are finished." And she walked away. Fortunately, it was almost evening, and the 7 dwarfs came home. And on the ground beneath the moon grew 7 trees that all came together to form a moon. When they saw Snow White lying on the ground as if she were dead, they immediately suspected her stepmother. They examined her and found the poison comb. They had scarcely pulled it out when Snow White came to herself again and told them what had happened. Once again, they warned her to be on guard and not to open the door for anyone. Back at home, the queen stepped before her mirror and said, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who in this land is fairest of all?" The mirror answered, "You, my queen, are fair, it is true, but Snow White beyond the mountains, with the 7 dwarfs, is still 1,000 times fairer than you." When the queen heard the mirror saying this, she shook and trembled with anger. "Snow White shall die," she shouted, "if it costs me my life." Then she went into her most secret room. No one else was allowed inside. And she made a sickly poisoned apple. From the outside, it was beautiful, white with red cheeks, and anyone who saw it would want it. And as a result, but anyone who might eat a little piece of it would die. Then, coloring her face, she disguised herself as a peasant woman, and thus went across the 7 mountains to the 7 dwarves. She knocked on the door. The dwarfs have forbidden me to do so. That is all right with me, answered the peasant woman. I'll easily get rid of my apples. Here, I'll give you one of them. No, said Snow White. I cannot accept anything. Are you afraid of poison? Asked the old woman. Look, I'll cut the apple in 2. You eat the red half, and I shall eat the white half. Now the apple had been so artfully made that only the red half was poisoned. Snow White longed for the beautiful apple, and when she saw that the peasant woman was eating part of it, she could no longer resist and stuck her hand out, taking the poisoned half. She barely had a bite in her mouth when she fell to the ground, dead. The queen looked at her with a gruesome stare, laughed loudly, and said, White as snow, red as blood, black as ebony wood. This time the dwarfs cannot awaken you. Back at home, she asked her mirror, Mirror, mirror on the wall, who in this land is fairest of all? Who finally answered, You, my queen, are fairest of all. Then her envious heart was at rest, as well as an envious heart can be at rest. When the dwarfs came home that evening, they found Snow White lying on the ground. She was not breathing at all. She was dead. They lifted her up and looked for something poisonous. They undid her laces, they combed her hair, they washed her with water and wine, but nothing helped. The dear child was dead. They laid her on a bier, and all 7 sat next to her and mourned for her and cried for 3 days. They were going to bury her, but she still looked as fresh as a living person, and still had her beautiful red cheeks. They said, We cannot bury her in the black earth. And they had a transparent glass coffin made, so she could be seen from all sides. They laid her inside, and, with golden letters, wrote on it her name, and that she was a princess. Then they put the coffin outside on a mountain, and one of them always stayed with it and watched over her. The animals, too, came and mourned for Snow White, first an owl, then a raven, and finally a dove. Snow White lay there in the coffin a long, long time, and she did not decay, but looked like she was asleep, for she was still as white as snow, and as red as blood, and as black-haired as ebony wood. Now it came to pass that a prince entered these woods and happened on to the dwarf's house, where he sought shelter for the night He saw the coffin on the mountain with beautiful snow white in it, and read what was written on it with golden letters. Died for a pilotess. He sighed, wondering, and shut the door. Then he said to the dwarfs, "Let me have the coffin. I will give you anything you want for it." But the dwarfs answered, "We will not sell it for all the gold in the world." Then he said, "Then give it to me, for I cannot live without being able to see Snow White. I will honor her and respect her as my most cherished one." As he thus spoke, the good dwarfs felt pity for him and gave him the coffin. The prince had his servants carried away on their shoulders, but then it happened that one of them stumbled on some brush, and this dislodged from Snow White's throat the piece of poisoned apple that she had bitten off. Not long afterward, she opened her eyes, lifted the lid from her coffin, sat up, and was alive again. "Good heavens, where am I?" she cried out. The prince said joyfully, "You are with me." He told her what had happened, and then said, "I love you more than anything else in the world. Come with me to my father's castle. You shall become my wife." 1. Snow White loved him and went with him. Their wedding was planned with great splendor and majesty. Snow White's godless stepmother was also invited to the feast. After putting on her beautiful clothes, she stepped before her mirror and said, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who in this land is fairest of all?" The mirror answered, "You, my queen, are fair, it is true." The wicked woman uttered a curse, and she became so frightened that she did not know what to do. At first, she did not want to go to the wedding, but she found no peace. She had to go and see the young queen. When she arrived, she recognized Snow White and, terrorized, could only stand there without moving. Then they put a pair of iron shoes into burning coals. They were brought forth with tongs and placed before her. She was forced to step into the red-hot shoes and danced until she fell down dead. Alistair Valewood trudged down the stone corridor, his shoes scuffing against the age-worn steps as he left the Transfiguration classroom. The late afternoon light filtered through the tall, narrow windows of the middle courtyard, nestling him in a golden glow that Alistair barely noticed. The disappointment from his botched exam still weighed heavily on him. His fingers traced the grooves on his wand, absent-mindedly replaying every failed flick and swish of the last hour in his mind. He shouldn't have hesitated when transforming the teacup into a bird. He knew that. The castle felt colder this time of year, the chill of autumn creeping through the thick stone walls. As Alistair passed through a hallway, he glimpsed his reflection in the polished surface of a nearby suit of armor. His hair was a mop of bark brown curls, messy from running his hands through it in frustration. Gray eyes stared back at him, with the familiar mix of stubbornness and doubt he'd grown over the summer. Tall and lanky now, he tugged irritably at the sleeves of his school robes that barely reached his wrists. The other students bustled around him, their voices rising and falling in excited chatter. Some were already changed out of their robes, wrapped up in scarves and jackets, eager to escape to Hogsmeade for a well-deserved break. Alistair watched as a group of fifth-year Gryffindors laughed, one of them juggling a stack of Honeydukes bags. The sweet scent of chocolate frogs and peppermint left a fragrant trail behind them. A small knot of second-year Hufflepuffs darted past, giggling as they snuck glances at a massive parchment filled with doodles of Professor Thaddeus sporting bunny ears. He even spotted a group of his fellow Slytherins striding confidently toward the castle's entrance, already planning how they were going to nick a few bottles of fire whiskey for a party. His own footsteps echoed as he descended the winding staircases, passing familiar portraits that nodded or glanced disapprovingly, as if sensing his frustration. The path to the dungeons was quieter, and Alistair's steps slowed as the buzz of the main castle faded. He couldn't stop replaying the exam in his mind. Maybe it was the incantation. Too soft? Too unsure? Or was it the angle of his wand? No. It had to be the timing. Why hadn't he practiced more? His thoughts swirled, and his father's stern voice bounced around his head. He scowled, kicking a loose pebble along the path, sending it skittering into the shadows. The ghostly torches along the wall barely made a dent in the gloom. Alistair shook his head, moping around wouldn't change his grade. He figured some fresh air and the bustle of Hogsmeade would lift his spirits. He opened the curtains and stared out after his daughter's room. With a newfound resolve, he turned on his heel and headed for the common room, ready to change into something more comfortable. But as he was about to enter, the sounds of a hushed conversation caught his attention. It was coming from nearby. Just inside the empty potions classroom for the 6th years, Alistair hesitated, pressing his ears softly to the door, but the wood was too thick to make out anything past a conspiratorial murmur. Slipping even closer, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the extendable ear he'd snuck from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes last summer. The thin, flesh-colored string unraveled and slithered toward the door. amplifying the muffled conversation within. Inside, Professor Thaddeus Vex, the potions master, was speaking in low, urgent tones with the herbology professor, Mrs. Rowan Greenbrier. "It's the scarecrow," Thaddeus was saying as he siphoned away leftover mixtures from the classroom cauldrons. "Refuses to guard the pumpkin patch without his hat. A right fuss he's making about it too. I've tried everything from charms to hexes. The blasted fellow won't budge." Professor Rowan sighed, her brow furrowed in concern. "And those pumpkins won't last another night with the doxies and bowtruckles sneaking in from the forbidden forest. We may have to cancel the autumn feast if we can't fix this. At this rate, there'll be no pumpkins left." Alistair pressed a laugh, the corner of his mouth twitching into a smile. Still, the thought of missing out on the feast left him disappointed. He'd heard stories about it, the glowing pumpkins, the enchanted music, and the warm, comforting food that filled the great hall. He'd never actually stayed at Hogwarts for the autumn break before. His parents were usually home to take him back, but this year, with them off on business, he'd been looking forward to experiencing the school's cozy traditions firsthand. Pushing the thought aside, he continued towards the Slytherin common room, slipping through the familiar stone archway. The common room was a dim, emerald-lit haven tucked deep beneath the lake's surface. The fireplace crackled softly, and the giant squid darted past the windows, momentarily bathing the serpentine decor and plush armchairs in darkness. Alistair quickly changed out of his robes, opting for a dark green hoodie and jeans. He tried to wrestle his hair into something less unruly, but gave up once the magical comb started nipping at his fingers angrily. Taking a deep breath, Alistair stepped back into the chill corridors, his mind set on meeting Carivala in Hogsmeade. She was an exceedingly brilliant Ravenclaw, who also happened to be his best friend. He hoped her company would lift his mood, and a warm butterbeer in hand wouldn't hurt either. As he walked, the castle's familiar sights rushed by. The shifting staircases creaked as students darted across them. The faint smell of parchment and potions clung to the air, and the constant chatter of paintings and portraits buzzed around him. Alice, too, had no intention of taking the usual path to Hogsmeade, though. Instead, he veered towards a narrow hallway, hidden away behind a tapestry of a medieval duel. This was his shortcut, one he'd discovered quite by accident during his third year while trying to escape Peeves's mischief. Alistair squeezed past the tapestry, revealing a narrow, winding stairwell that led to the castle kitchens. The passage was dark, lit only by a few sputtering lanterns hanging overhead, and the cool stone walls were slick with moisture from the nearby underground springs. The air was stifling warm, though, carrying the delicious sense of slow roasting meats over open flames and a crisp hint of cider-soaked apples simmering with cloves, cinnamon sticks, and orange peels. As Alistair pushed open the creaky wooden door to the kitchens, he was greeted by a bustling sight. An unusual echo jarring him from his thoughts. Dozens of house elves, small and sprightly, darted between stoves and cauldrons with an efficiency that put most wizards to shame. They prepared meals with nimble fingers and a hint of magic. Copper pots floated in mid-air, stirring themselves, while trays of pastries whizzed about like enchanted broomsticks. One elf was slicing up a giant roast, humming to himself, while another was busy decorating cakes with swirls of whipped cream and sparkles. "Good afternoon, Mr. Valewood," squeaked a familiar house elf named Wicket, who wore a tiny knitted scarf and perched atop a pile of flour sacks. "Visiting our kitchens again, are you?" Alistair grinned, waving a sheepish hello. He couldn't help but befriend the elves. They always had something tasty lying around, and their company was oddly comforting. As he passed by a tray of cream puffs shaped like golden snitches, he couldn't resist pocketing a few, though he tried to be discreet about it. Just as he was about to sneak away, an older, stricter elf named Mulin caught his eye, shaking his head in mock disapproval. "You wizards should know better than to steal from the kitchens," Mulin scolded, though his stern tone was softened by a wink. "Now, ladies, my turn to light the candles." Mulin smiled and said, "We have plenty." Alice chuckled, stuffing a cream puff into his mouth before Mulin could truly chastise him. As he made his way toward the exit, his steps slowed when he heard soft sobs echoing from a corner of the room. Turning, he spotted Tilly, one of the newer house elves, sitting on a crate with tears streaming down her large round eyes. "Tilly?" Alistair approached cautiously, crouching down to her level. "Thank you for coming to see me." Tilly sniffled, refusing to meet his gaze, her small shoulders shaking. Irium of honor. Alice threw herself into the cream puffs, thinking it might cheer her up, but this only made her wail louder. Her cries echoed off the stone walls, making a few other elves glance over in concern. "It's all Tilly's fault, sir," Tilly blurted between sobs, her voice quivering. Billy took the scarecrow's hat as a joke, but Tilly dropped it near Honeyduke's, and now the feast is ruined. Others. Alice felt a twinge of sympathy. He thought the scarecrow's stubbornness was amusing, but Tilly's guilt made it clear there was more at stake. "Hey, don't worry," he said gently, patting her frail shoulder. "I'll find the hat and set things right, I promise." She looked up, her eyes large as saucers, glistening with gratitude. "Really? You'd do that?" "Of course." Alistair nodded. "Now cheer up. We'll have that feast back in no time." With that promise weighing on his mind, Alistair continued through the kitchens and into the hidden passageway that led to the shrieking shack. The corridor was damp and narrow, the walls lined with roots from the trees above, twisting and tangling. Dirt and earth dusted his hoodie as he passed by, but Alistair brushed them off. It wasn't the most pleasant route, but it was quiet and empty, offering him a little stretch of peace before he would be surrounded by the noise of Hogsmeade. Emerging from the passage, Alistair found himself just outside the old shrieking shack. The rickety building loomed silent and imposing, its weathered boards creaking in the wind. The village beyond was a world apart. It was lively and decked in warm, autumnal hues. Garlands of golden leaves hung from shop fronts, and the street lamps glowed with a soft, amber light. Shopkeepers bustled, rearranging colorful displays of enchanted trinkets, while groups of students in scarves gathered around outdoor tables, sipping steaming cups of cocoa that sent curls of sweet-smelling steam into the crisp air. Alista let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding, taking in the scene with a small smile. Hogsmeade was alive with the kind of energy that only came with the first chill of the season, and Alistair felt his spirits lift a little with each step. The warmth of the 3 broomsticks washed over Alistair as he stepped inside. The pub was bustling with students and local villagers alike. Lanterns hung from the low-beamed ceiling, and shadows danced across the walls with every movement and cheer. Wizards and witches crowded around their mugs, clinking as they laughed all too loudly, while a group of musicians in the corner played a cheerful tune on a lute and fiddle. At one table, a group of goblins sat huddled over a game of enchanted cards, their sharp eyes watching every flick of the deck. Nearby, a half-giant towering even while seated, roared heartily as he swapped stories with a pair of wizards in midnight black aura robes. His glorious beard floated gingerly in the half-giant, towering even while seated, roared heartily as he swapped stories with a pair of wizards in midnight black aura robes. Alistair spotted Carrie Valla near the back, her bright blue scarf wrapped snugly around her neck as she sipped on her second mug of butterbeer. Finally, she smiled at him and lifted her hands to extend them. Carrie's Ravenclaw pin gleamed on her coat, and she was in the middle of animatedly recounting her latest academic triumphs to a few friends. Her dark hair was tied back in a neat braid, and her eyes sparkled with the satisfaction of someone who knew she'd aced all her exams. "Oh, Valewood," she called, grinning as she waved him over.
When?
Come to drown your sorrows with us? Something like that, Alistair replied, sliding into the seat across from her. The easy atmosphere of the pub was already dispelling his sour mood from earlier. He couldn't help but smile as Carrie teased him about his exam, poking fun at his grim expression. You should have seen yourself in class, Carrie chuckled, mimicking Alistair's wand movements with exaggerated precision. I thought you were trying to turn the teacup into a pancake with how flat it was getting. Alistair laughed, shaking his head. Yeah. Laugh it up, place. He leaned in closer. Have you heard about the autumn break feast? It might be cancelled. Carrie's smile faltered, her brow furrowing in confusion. Cancelled? Why? Others' ribbons, odd-looking pair of pompers, and the silver bell. Carrie listened intently, sipping her drink casually. By the end, Carrie's eyebrows shot up. As far as your mind can go. That's ridiculous. She folded her arms, her expression shifting from disbelief to determination. We've got to fix this. That's what I was thinking, Alistair said. And I could really use the help of the smartest witch I know. At least the smartest witch in school, he added, smirking. Carrie rolled her eyes but couldn't hide her grin. Flattery will get you everywhere, Valewood. All right, let's go find that hat. The pair quickly left the coziness and charm of the Three Broomsticks behind and made their way through the village. They followed Tilly's vague description, heading toward the last spot she'd seen the hat, near Honeyduke's sweet shop. The place her daughter had spent so much time waiting for. Carrie had a theory. If the hat controls the scarecrow, it must have some magic of its own. I bet it's left a trace. With a practiced flick of her wand, she cast a pervidistium, a tracing spell. Pale, silvery blue wisps appeared in the air like ethereal footprints, swirling faintly before stretching out in a shimmering path down the cobblestone street. They followed the magical trail, winding past clusters of students and shopkeepers around the corner of Zonko's joke shop, until it led them straight to Gladdrag's wizardwear. In the shop window, sitting awkwardly among elegant robes and capes, was the hat. It was a shabby, patched thing with mismatched fabric and a wide, lopsided brim, faded and frayed with straw poking out, like an overgrown nest. But an unmistakable magical aura seemed to pulse from it. That's definitely it, Alistair said, pointing at the price tag hanging from the brim. 30 galleons and 10 sickles. But we're a bit light on the gold. Carrie sighed, her pockets turning up little more than a few nuts and a spare piece of parchment. Looks like we'll have to get creative. She nodded toward the shop entrance, and they stepped inside. The interior of Gladdrag's was a kaleidoscope of colors. with racks upon racks of robes in every style imaginable. Enchanted mannequins twirled elegantly, modeling shimmering gowns and dapper suits. The shopkeeper was a tall, wiry wizard with a pinched face and piercing eyes. He watched Alistair and Carrie from behind a polished counter, his gaze sharp and suspicious. "Can I help you?" "Just browsing," Carrie replied with a sweet, disarming smile. She casually wandered toward a display of enchanted scarves that changed color with the wearer's mood, her wand slipping effortlessly into her hand. Her cloak fell slowly to the floor as her hand flitted to various pockets for what she needed. She tucked it into the sleeves of her robes. The shopkeeper kept a close watch, clearly unconvinced. Luckily, Carrie was indeed the brightest witch in their year. She'd taken it upon herself as a personal challenge to learn a few basic nonverbal spells, something they wouldn't normally be taught until 6th year at least. She eyed the classroom wonderingly. She flicked her wand subtly, pretending to inspect the fabric more closely. The scarves suddenly unraveled from their display, fluttering wildly like rebellious serpents. The shopkeeper's attention snapped to the mess, and he hurried to untangle the enchanted fabric, cursing wildly at the commotion. Carrie feigned surprise, jumping back in shock as she did so. She flicked her wand again, causing a rack of cloaks to sway dangerously, dropping to the floor with a loud crash. "What in the blazes going on?" spat the shopkeeper. Carrie looked about frantically, shrugging and kneeling down to help him sort out the havoc she'd unleashed. She shot Alistair a glaring look, as if to say, "Come on, do something." Alistair took his chance, ducking behind a rack of witches' robes, as the shopkeeper muttered under his breath, frantically waving his wand to restore order. Alistair drew his own wand. Carefully aiming at the hat in the window, he whispered, "Accio hat." The tattered thing zoomed toward him, and he snatched it out of the air, stuffing it quickly under his hoodie. "Really sorry about all that," Carrie said brightly as the shopkeeper straightened up, looking thoroughly frazzled. "We've got to run Quidditch practice, you know." "We've got to run Quidditch practice, you know." My eyes moved towards the chair, but we'll definitely be back. The shopkeeper barely had time to respond as Carrie linked arms with Alistair, and they strolled out of Gladdrags, keeping their expressions neutral until they were a safe distance away. And once they rounded the corner, they burst into laughter, the thrill of their little heist catching up to them. "Well, well, that was fun." Alistair chuckled, feeling the hat's rough fabric still tucked securely against his side. "Not exactly what I planned for today, but not bad. Retail mayhem and a bit of stealth magic. "Not your typical day in Hogsmeade," Carrie grinned. "Ha," he thought, sinking deeper into the meditation. With the hat safely in hand, they made their way back to Hogwarts, the sun beginning to dip behind the castle's spires. Golden light cascaded onto their path, and they caught the scent of pine on the breeze. The other students were slowly trickling back from their Hogsmeade adventures, their cheeks flushed from the weather. The pumpkin patch was a wide, sprawling area near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. On this pleasant spring day, the three sisters sat among the trees, playing Leviathan, Rune, and Rune. It was filled with all sorts of weeds and plants they hadn't learned about in herbology yet. Or, if they had, Alistair had definitely forgotten. Twisting vines snaked across the ground. The earthy scent of fresh pumpkin filled the air. The groundskeeper's hut was nestled nearby, smoke rising from its chimney, and the air was filled with the soft rustling of pixies, who fluttered around mischievously, tugging at the smaller pumpkins. Amidst it all, the enchanted scarecrow stood in the middle, slumped and lifeless, its stitched face fixed in a stubborn frown. Alistair watched as it refused to move an inch, even as a particularly bold gaggle of pixies tried to tug away a sizable pumpkin nearly as large as a cauldron. He held it up, and the scarecrow's head turned slightly, its button eyes lighting up with a faint spark of recognition. It stared painfully at me, although not violently. "Right, you grumpy heap of straw. Here's your hat," Alistair said, stepping up to the scarecrow and carefully placing the hat back on its head. And as soon as the hat settled into place, the transformation was instant. The scarecrow's limbs jerked into motion, and it straightened up with an energetic flourish, spinning on its post. As if waking from a deep sleep, it waggled its arms and began a comical dance, shaking its straw-filled limbs with joy. With each twist and spin, it waved off the mischievous creatures, sending them fleeing back toward the forest. Carrie laughed, clapping her hands, as the scarecrow chased off a group of bowtruckles that had begun using a tree branch as a battering ram against one of the pumpkins. "Look at him sulking like a child," she quipped, nudging Alistair. Then the scarecrow spun once more, tipping its hat in a grateful bow toward Alistair and Carrie, before taking its post, stiffening into its sentinel pose with a new sense of purpose. With the scarecrow's hat returned and the pumpkin patch back under watchful guard, they strolled back toward the castle. The cool evening air chilled the tips of their ears, as they passed through the grounds where the towering trees stretched long and dark. Their footsteps crunched on the gravel paths, the castle looming ahead, its windows glowing warmly against the deepening twilight, welcoming them back inside. The atmosphere bustled with chatter and laughter. The gathering of Gryffindors, crowded around a bench, excitedly showing off their new Zonko's pranks, wondering which to use first on the crabby old caretaker. Alistair saw the older group of Slytherins from earlier heading towards the dungeons, their faces smug, and he could tell they'd been successful in procuring some of that fire whiskey for their secret party. The first-year Ravenclaw student looked around in envy, already wishing it was her third term at Hogwarts so she could finally visit Hogsmeade. Alistair and Carrie slipped through the crowd, making their way up the grand staircase to find a quieter spot near a tall stained glass window. The fading light spilled through the colorful panes, painting their faces in shades of red and gold. "So, what's the plan for break?" Alistair asked, leaning against the cool stone wall, his eyes flickering to the courtyard below, where students still lingered, reluctant to end their day. Carrie shrugged, her gaze following his as she fiddled with the tassels of her Ravenclaw scarf. "Passing to here, inhale, thinking we're done. Inhaling, feeling less tension. We expand the possibilities. I want to visit the restricted section again. I've been reading about old enchantments and thought it might be fun to try a few that aren't strictly speaking on the curriculum." Alistair chuckled softly, shaking his head, and stayed there a moment longer, talking about everything from school gossip to the kind of adventures they'd get up to over the next couple of weeks. The days passed quickly, and before long, the evening of the feast arrived, with many exciting events to go over. The Great Hall was transformed into a vibrant celebration of autumn. The enchanted ceiling reflected a beautifully clear night sky, with stars twinkling like diamonds against the deep indigo. The space grew darker. Enchanted autumn leaves swirled gently, drifting down like golden confetti before vanishing. Glowing pumpkins floated above the Hogwarts house tables, passing through the ghosts that flitted by lazily. Alistair stepped into the hall, his eyes widening at the sight. The tables were laden with every autumn treat imaginable. He spotted Carrie at the Ravenclaw table, waving over at him and flashing a bright smile. Alice said. Alistair gave her a quick thumbs up before heading to his own seat at the Slytherin table, where his housemates were just as eager to dive into the feast. The headmaster stood, raising his goblet in a toast, and the hall fell into a respectful hush. To the students of Hogwarts, to the traditions we hold dear, to the friendships that shape us, and to the magic that binds us together. Tonight, let us celebrate not just the feast, but the spirit of this school. His gaze flicked over to Alistair, holding his gaze for but a moment, with a hint of a knowing smile. With a wave of his hand, the food appeared. He filled his plate, savoring each bite, the warm, comforting flavors wrapping around him like a familiar hug. There was spiced pumpkin soup, warm and rich with a dollop of sour cream and a sprinkle of chives. Roasted turkey, its skin crisp and golden, and fluffy rolls, still warm from the oven, soft and perfect for soaking up gravy. As he reached for a pumpkin pasty, he noticed a small extra serving magically appear on his plate. 2 pasties, golden and perfect, dusted with sugar. He glanced across the room at Carrie, who was already looking his way, her eyes sparkling with glee. Marzipan scarecrow sat on her plate, its hat a little chocolate-dipped marshmallow. Alistair grinned widely, making a mental note to thank Tilly for the extra treats next time he saw her. The hall was filled with the gentle hum of conversation and the occasional burst of laughter amid the clinking of silverware. Alistair sat back, arms braced on either side of the bench, as he looked around the great hall. He would cherish this memory forever. That in 10 years, when he was working in the Ministry of Magic, his nose buried in a pile of papers taller than him, instead, he'd close his eyes and remember the magic of this moment. Little Red Cap. Once upon a time, there was a sweet little girl. Everyone who saw her liked her, but most of all, her grandmother. The grandmother did not know what to give the child next. One day, she gave her a little cap made of red velvet because it suited her so well. The girl wanted to wear it all the time. Thus, she came to be known as Little Red Cap. One day, her mother said to her, "Come, Little Red Cap, here is a piece of cake and a bottle of wine. Take them to your grandmother. She is sick and weak, and these will do her well. Mind your manners and give her my greetings," she continued. "Behave yourself on the way, and do not leave the path, or you might fall down and break the glass. Then there will be nothing for your grandmother, and when you enter her parlor, don't forget to say good morning, and don't peer into all the corners. I'll do everything just right," said Little Red Cap, shaking her mother's hand. Little Red Cap wished her a good trip and flew off to find her sister. The grandmother lived out in the woods, half an hour from the village. As Little Red Cap entered the woods, a wolf came up to her. She did not know what a wicked animal he was, and was not afraid of him. "Good day to you, little red cap," said the wolf. "Thank you, wolf." "The grandmother's," replied Little Red Cap. "What are you carrying under your apron?" "Grandmother is sick and weak, and I'm taking her some cake and wine we baked yesterday. They should be good for her and give her strength." "Just where does your grandmother live?" "Her house is a good quarter-hour from here, in the woods, under the 3 large oak trees. There's a hedge of hazel bushes. You must know the place," said Little Red Cap. "Yes." The wolf thought to himself, "Ha ha! Now that sweet young thing is a tasty bite for me. She will taste even better than the old woman. You must be sly," he thought, "and you can catch them both." And he walked along a little while with Little Red Cap. Then he said, "Why don't you go and take a look? Don't you believe you can hear how beautifully the birds are singing? You are walking along as though you were on your way to school. It is very beautiful in the woods." Little Red Cap opened her eyes when she saw the sunbeams dancing to and fro through the trees, and how the ground was covered with flowers. Her heart filled with joy and mirth. She thought, "If I take a fresh bouquet to grandmother, she will be very pleased. Anyway, it is still early, and I'll be home on time." She ran off the path into the woods looking for flowers. Each time she picked one, she thought she could see an even more beautiful one a little way off, and she ran after it, going further into the woods. Meanwhile, the wolf ran straight to grandmother's house. He knocked on the door. "Who's there?" "Little Red Cap, I'm bringing you some cake and wine." "Open the door, just press the latch," called out the grandmother. Mama replied, lifting her tray and stepping through. "I'm too weak to get up." The wolf pressed the latch, and the door opened. He stepped inside, went straight to the grandmother's bed. Then he put on her clothes, put her cap on his head, got into her bed, and pulled the curtains shut. Little Red Cap had run after the flowers. After she had gathered so many that she could not carry any more, she remembered her grandmother and continued on her way to her house. And to her surprise, she found that the door was open. She walked into the parlor, and everything looked so strange that she thought, "Oh my God, why am I so afraid? I usually like it at grandmother's," she called out. Then she went to the bed and pulled back the curtains. Grandmother was lying there, with her cap pulled down over her face and looking very strange. "Oh, grandmother, what big ears you have." "Oh, the better to hear you with," replied the wolf. "Oh, grandmother, what big eyes you have." Inhaling. "Oh, grandmother, what big hands you have." And my voice was this clear to be heard, as if by between two great speakers. "Oh, grandmother, what a horribly big mouth you have." The wolf had scarcely finished speaking when he jumped from the bed with a single leap and ate up poor little Redcap. A moment later, the Redcap said, "The wolf." As soon as the wolf had satisfied his desires, he climbed back into bed, fell asleep, and began to snore very loudly. The huntsman was just passing by. He thought, "The old woman is snoring so loudly. You'd better see if something is wrong with her." He stepped into the parlor. When he approached the bed, he saw the wolf lying there. "So here I find you, you old sinner," he said. "I have been hunting for you a long time." He was about to aim his rifle when it occurred to him that the wolf might have eaten the grandmother and that she could still be rescued. So instead of shooting, he took a pair of scissors and began to cut open the wolf's belly. After a few cuts, he saw the red cap shining through. He unscrewed the cap to reveal its contents. After a few more cuts, the girl jumped out, crying, "Oh, I was so frightened. Oh." It was so dark inside the wolf's body. Then the grandmother came out as well, alive but hardly able to breathe. Then little Redcap fetched some large stones. She filled the wolf's body with them, and when he woke up and tried to run away, the stones were so heavy that he immediately fell down dead. The huntsman skinned the wolf and went home with the pelt, as he usually did. Let's begin the discussion, shall we? The grandmother ate the cake and drank the wine that Little Redcap had brought. Little Redcap thought, "As long as I live, I will never leave the path and run off into the woods by myself if Mother tells me not to." Little Redcap was taking some baked things to her grandmother another time when another wolf spoke to her and wanted her to leave the path. But Little Redcap took care and went straight to grandmother's. She told her that she had seen the wolf and that he had wished her a good day, but had stared at her in a wicked manner. "If we hadn't been on a public road, he would have eaten me up," she said, "except for the tiny black eyes." "Come," said the grandmother. "Let's lock the door so he can't get in." Soon afterward, the wolf knocked on the door and called out, "Open up, grandmother. It's Little Red Cap, and I'm bringing you some baked things." They remained silent and did not open the door. The wicked wolf crept around the house several times and finally jumped onto the roof. He wanted to wait until Little Red Cap went home that evening, then follow her and eat her up in the darkness. But the grandmother saw what he was up to. In front of the house, there was a large stone trough. "Fetch a bucket, Little Red Cap," she said to the child. "Yesterday, I cooked some sausage. Carry the water that I boiled them with to the trough." Little Red Cap carried water until the large trough was clear full. The smell of sausage arose into the wolf's nose. He sniffed and looked down, stretching his neck so long that he could no longer hold himself. Then Hamey began to slide. He slid off the roof, fell into the trough, and drowned. Little Red Cap returned home happily, and no one harmed her. The 12 Huntsmen. Once upon a time, there was a prince who had a fiancée whom he loved very much. Once, when he was sitting beside her very happily, news came that his father was deathly ill and wanted to see him before he died. Then he said to his beloved, "I must now go and leave you. I give you a ring to remember me by. As soon as I am king, I will return and take you home with me." Ah, love it. Then he rode away. When he reached his father, the latter was mortally ill and near death. The king said to him, "Promise me to marry the woman of my choice." The son was so grieved that, without thinking, he said, "Yes, dear father, your will shall be done." Then the king closed his eyes and died. After the son had been proclaimed king and the period of mourning had passed, he had to keep the promise that he had given his father. He proposed marriage to the princess, and she was promised to him. His first fiancée heard about this and was so saddened by his faithlessness that she nearly died. Then her father said to her, "Dearest child, why are you so sad? You shall have whatever you want." She thought for a moment and then said, "Dear father, I want 11 girls exactly like myself in appearance, figure, and size." The father said, "If it is possible, your wish shall be fulfilled." He had his entire kingdom searched until 11 girls were found who were exactly like his daughter in appearance, figure, and size. When they came to the princess, she had 12 huntsmen's outfits made, each one just like the others. The 11 girls put on the huntsmen's outfits, and she herself put on the 12th outfit. After this, she took leave of her father and rode away with them. They rode to the court of her former fiancé, whom she loved dearly. She asked if he needed any huntsmen, and if he would take all of them into his service. The king looked at her without recognizing her, because they were such good-looking fellows. He said yes, that he would willingly take them. And then they became the king's 12 huntsmen. Now the king had a lion that was a miraculous animal, for he knew all hidden and secret things. It happened that one evening, the lion said to the king, "You think that you have 12 huntsmen?" "Yes," said the king. "We do." "Yes," said the king. "They are 12 huntsmen." The lion continued, "You are mistaken. They are 12 girls." The king said, "That is absolutely not true. How can you prove that to me?" "Oh, just have some peas scattered in your antechamber," answered the lion, "and then you shall soon see. Men have a firm step, and when they walk over the peas, none of them will be moved. On the other hand, girls trip and skip and shuffle their feet, rolling the peas about." The king liked this advice and had peas scattered on the floor. "Ha, now," he said. Now, one of the king's servants liked the huntsmen, and when he heard that they were going to be put to this test, he went to them and told them everything, saying, "The lion wants to make the king believe that you are girls." The princess thanked him and said to her girls, "Be strong and step firmly on the peas." The next morning, the king had the 12 huntsmen called before him. They came into the antechamber where the peas were lying. They stepped so firmly on them and had such a strong, sure walk that not one of the peas rolled or moved. After they had gone, the king said to the lion, "You lied to me. They walk just like men." The lion said, "Just have 12 spinning wheels brought into the antechamber. They will go up to them and admire them. No man would do that." The king liked this advice and had the spinning wheels set up in the antechamber. But the servant who was honest with the huntsmen went to them and told them about the proposal. So when they were alone, the princess said to her 11 girls, "Be strong and do not look around at the spinning wheels." The next morning, when the king had his 12 huntsmen summoned, he took them upstairs to his palace. They walked through the antechamber without looking at the spinning wheels at all. Lacey watched her move out of the corner of her eye. The wheel was smooth now, like those she had studied in. Then the king again said to the lion, You lied to me. They are men, for they did not look at the spinning wheels." The lion answered, "They knew that they were going to be put to a test, and acted like they were strong," thought the lion. The king, however, refused to believe the lion anymore. The 12 huntsmen always accompanied the king hunting, and the longer he knew them, the better he liked them. Now it happened that once, when they were out hunting, news came that the king's bride was approaching. When the true bride heard this, it hurt her so much that it almost broke her heart. She fainted and fell to the ground, thinking that something had happened to her dear huntsman. The king ran up to him in order to help, pulling the huntsman's glove off. He saw the ring that he had given to his first fiancée, and when he looked into her face, he recognized her. Then his heart was so touched that he kissed her, and when she opened her eyes, he said, "Alas, alas, we have come to this. Ah, you who sweetest of sweets and gentlest of sorrows, you are mine, and I am yours, and no one in the world can change that." He sent a messenger to the other bride and asked her to return to her own kingdom, for as he informed her, he already had a wife, and someone who had found an old key did not need a new one. And after this, their wedding was celebrated and the lion was accepted back into favor. They then reported to the elders the contented state of their wedding, because, after all, he had told the truth. His breath slowly began to gather more through the ungrateful sun. Once, a man was sitting with his wife before their front door. They had a roasted chicken, which they were about to eat together. Then the man saw that his aged father was approaching, and he hastily took the chicken and hid it. He did not want to share it with him. The old man came, had a drink, and went away. Now the son wanted to put the roasted chicken back onto the table, but when he reached for it, it had turned into a large toad that jumped onto his face. The toad sat there and never went away again. If anyone tried to remove it, it looked venomously at them, as though it would jump into their face. No one dared to touch it, and the ungrateful son was forced to feed the toad every day, or else it would eat from his face. Thus he went to and fro in the world without rest. He was worthy of being choosing a bride. There was a young herdsman who wanted very much to marry. He was acquainted with 3 sisters, each one just as beautiful as the other, but it was difficult for him to make a choice. He could not decide whom to prefer. Then he asked his mother for advice. She said, "Invite all 3, and set some cheese before them. Watch how they cut off a slice. The youth did so. To the first one, the second one hastily cut the rind off the cheese, but she cut it so quickly that she left much good cheese with it and threw that away also. The third one peeled the rind off carefully and cut neither too much nor too little. The shepherd told all this to his mother, who said, "This he did, and lived contentedly and happily with her." Breathe, Old Sultan. A farmer had a faithful dog named Sultan. Sultan had grown old, lost all his teeth, and could no longer hold on to anything. One day, the farmer was standing with his wife before the house door and said, "Tomorrow I intend to shoot old Sultan. He is no longer of any use." His wife, who felt pity for the faithful animal, answered, inhaling deeply, "What?" said the man. "You are not very bright. He doesn't have a tooth left in his mouth, and no thief is afraid of him. He can go now. If he has served us, he has eaten well for it." The poor dog, who was lying stretched out in the sun not far off, heard everything. He was sorry that tomorrow was to be his last day. He had a good friend, the wolf. "Listen, kinsman," said the wolf. "I have thought of something. Tomorrow, early in the morning, your master will go with his wife to make hay. For no one will be left behind in the house while they are at work. They will lay the child behind the hedge in the shade. You lie down there too, just as if you wanted to guard it. There I will come out of the woods and carry off the child. You must run swiftly after me, as if you would take it away from me. I will let it fall, and you will take it back to its parents, who will think that you have rescued it and will be far too grateful to do you any harm. On the contrary, you will be treated royally." This idea pleased the dog, and it was carried out just as planned. The father screamed when he saw the wolf running across the field with his child. But when old Sultan brought it back, he was full of joy and stroked him. He said, "You shall eat free bread as long as you live. Incline your head, rest your eyes, and be." To his wife he said, "Go home at once and make old Sultan some bread soup so that he will not have to bite, and bring the pillow from my bed. I will give it to him to lie on. From then on, Old Sultan was as well off as he could possibly wish. Soon afterward, the wolf visited him and was pleased that everything had succeeded so well. "But, kinsman," he said, "you will just close one eye if, when I have a chance, I carry off one of your master's fat sheep." "Don't count on that," answered the dog. "To my master, I cannot agree to that." The wolf thought that this was not spoken in earnest. He crept up in the night to take away the sheep, but the farmer, to whom the faithful Sultan had told the wolf's plan, was waiting for him. He combed his hair with a flail. The wolf had to flee, but he cried out to the dog, "Hated dog, hey, 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 just wait, you scoundrel. You'll regret this." The next morning, the wolf sent the boar to challenge the dog to come out into the forest and settle the affair. In the next place, the wolf sent the dog to challenge the dog. Old Sultan could find no one to be his second but a cat with only 3 legs. As they went out together, the poor cat limped along, stretching its tail upward with pain. The wolf and his friend were already at the appointed place, but when they saw their enemy coming, they thought that he was bringing a saber with him, for they mistook the cat's outstretched tail for one. When the poor animal hopped on 3 legs, they thought that each time it was picking up a stone to throw at them. Then they took fright. The wild boar crept into the underbrush, and the wolf jumped up a tree. As the dog and the cat approached, they wondered why no one was to be seen. The wild boar, however, had not been able to hide himself completely in the leaves. His ears were still sticking out. The fairies were there. While the cat was looking cautiously about, the boar wiggled his ears. The cat, who thought it was a mouse, jumped on it and bit down hard. The boar jumped up, screaming loudly, "The guilty one is up in the tree!" The dog and cat looked up and saw the wolf, who was ashamed for having shown such fear, and who then made peace with the dog. Laying deeper, the little lamb and the little fish. Once upon a time, there were a little brother and a little sister who loved each other with all their hearts. Their own mother, however, was dead, and they had a stepmother who was not kind to them. She secretly did everything she could to hurt them. It so happened that the 2 of them were playing with other children in a meadow in front of their house. There was a pond in the meadow that came up to one side of the house. The surface of the water was covered with dark pine trees, and the water was coming from the pond. The children ran around it, caught one another, and played a counting out game. Inhaling, "Meanie, let me live," and "To you, my bird, I'll give. The little bird will bring me straw. The straw I'll give then to the cow, let her become, for which the cow will give me milk. The milk I'll take to the baker, with which he then will bake a cake. The cake I'll then give to the cat. Little cat will catch some mice for that. The mice I'll hang up in the smoke. After that, I'll cut them up. While playing this game, they stood in a circle. The one to whom they were pointing when they said, "Cut them up," had to run away. And all the others would run after them and catch them. While they were thus running about joyfully, the stepmother was watching them from the window and grew angry because she understood the art of witchcraft. For no matter where she went and traveled distances, she could find some unforgettable items. She bewitched them both, transforming the little brother into a fish and the little sister into a lamb. The little fish swam back and forth in the pond and was sad. The little lamb walked back and forth in the meadow and was sad and would not eat. She would not even touch one blade of grass. Thus a long time passed. Then some strangers came as guests to the castle. The treacherous stepmother thought, "Now is my chance." To make her way along the streets of the old city, she called the cook and said to him, "Ah, soon there would be plenty of food. Go and fetch the lamb from the meadow and slaughter it. We have nothing else for our guests." The cook went and got the little lamb, took her into the kitchen, and tied her feet together. She bore all this patiently. The cook then took out his knife and was whetting it to kill the little lamb. However, he looked over and saw a little fish swimming back and forth in the water in front of the gutter and looking up at him. This was the little brother. When the little fish saw the cook take the little lamb away, he followed them, swimming along the pond as far as the house. They went through the little kitchen and around the backyard, and finally they reached the middle one, where the fish sat together, all around the fire. Then the little lamb cried down to him, "Eyes closed, eyes closed, eyes, eyes, eyes." Little brother in the lake, my sad heart is about to break. There is so very little I can do. Please send me a handful of golden sand. Soothe my sorrow with your presence. The cook makes his knife so sharp to stab it then into my heart. The little fish answered, "Oh, little sister, way up there, my sad heart also soon will break." When the cook heard that the little lamb could speak, saying such sad words to the little fish down below, he was frightened. He thought that this could not be an ordinary little lamb, but must have been bewitched by the wicked woman in the house. He said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Then he took another animal and prepared it for the guests. After which he took the little lamb to a good peasant woman and told her everything that he had seen and heard. Now this peasant woman had been the wet nurse for the little sister, and she suspected at once who the little lamb was. She suspected at once who the little lamb was. She took her with her to a wise woman. The wise woman pronounced a blessing over the little lamb and the little fish, and they regained their human forms. After this, she took them both to a little hut in a large forest, where they lived by themselves, contented and happy. The wolf and the 7 young goats. Once upon a time, there was an old goat. She had 7 little goats and loved them all, just as a mother loves her children. One day, she wanted to go into the woods to get some food. The trees were full of humble food, so she called all 7 to her and said, "Children dear, I am going into the woods. Be on your guard for the wolf. If he gets in, he will eat up all of you, even your skin and hair. Here you're welcome with us. The villain often disguises himself, but you will recognize him at once by his rough voice and his black feet." The kids said, "Mother dear, we will take care of ourselves. You can go away without any worries." Then the old one bleated and went on her way, with her mind at ease. It was not long before someone knocked at the door and called out, "Open the door, children dear." Your mother is here and has brought something for each one of you. But the little kids knew from the rough voice that it was the wolf. "We will not open the door," they cried out. "You are not our mother. You are the wolf." So the wolf went to a shopkeeper and bought himself a large piece of chalk, which he ate, making his voice soft. Then he came back and knocked at the door, calling out, "Open the door, children dear. Your mother is here and has brought something for each one of you." But the wolf laid one of his black paws inside the window. The children saw it and cried out, "We will not open the door. Our mother does not have a black foot like you. You are the wolf." So the wolf ran to a baker and said, "I have sprained my foot. Rub some dough on it for me." After the baker had rubbed dough on his foot, the wolf ran to the miller and said, "Sprinkle some white flour on my foot for me." The miller thought, "The wolf wants to deceive someone," and refused to do it. We'll start with beginning. So the wolf said, "If you will not do it, I will eat you up." That frightened the miller, and he made his paw white for him. Kula. Yes, that is the way people are. Now the villain went for a third time to the door, knocked at it, and said, "Open the door for me, children. Your dear little mother has come home and has brought every one of you something from the woods." He slid a notepad across the table, and several handwritten notes fell out. The little kids cried out, "First, show us your paw, so we may know that you are our dear little mother." So he put his paw inside the window, and when they saw that it was white, for it was fully covered, they believed that everything he said was true, and opened the door. But who came in? It was the wolf. They were terrified and wanted to hide. One jumped under the table, the second into the bed. Silently they rose, one in front of the other, the third into the stove, the fourth into the kitchen, and there's another entrance point in, the fifth into the cupboard, the sixth under the wash basin, and the seventh into the clock case. But the wolf found them all, and, with no further ado, lay down to sleep, swallowed them down his throat, one after another, one after another. However, he did not find the youngest goat, the one who was in the clock case. After satisfying his appetite, he went outside and lay down under a tree in the green meadow and fell asleep. Soon afterward, the old goat came home from the woods, and oh, what a sight she saw there! The door stood wide open. Table, chairs, and benches were tipped over. The wash basin was in pieces. The covers and pillows had been pulled off the bed. The sun had risen, and everyone felt the change. She looked for her children, but they were nowhere to be found. She called them by name, one after the other, but no one answered. When she at last came to the youngest, a soft voice cried out, "Mother dear, I'm hiding in the clock case." She took it out, and it told her that the wolf had come and had eaten up all the others. You can just imagine how she cried for her poor children. Finally, in her despair, she went outside, and the youngest kid ran with her. They came to the meadow, and there lay the wolf by the tree, snoring so loudly that the branches shook. It was quite dark, so it was difficult to tell whether or not it was a wolf or a dog. She looked at him from all sides and saw that something was moving and jiggling inside his full belly. Good gracious, she thought, is it possible that my poor children, whom he has swallowed down for his supper, can still be alive? Is it possible that my poor children, whom he has swallowed down for his supper, can still be alive? The mother goat sent the kid home to fetch scissors and a needle and thread. She then cut open the monster's paunch. She had scarcely made one cut before a little kid stuck its head out. And as she continued to cut, one after the other, all 6 jumped out, and they were all still alive. They were not even hurt, for in his greed the monster had swallowed them down whole. How happy they were. They hugged their dear mother and jumped about like a tailor on his wedding day. But the mother said, "Go now and look for some big stones. We will fill the godless beast's stomach with them while he is still asleep." The 7 goats quickly brought the stones and put as many of them into his stomach as it would hold. End of section 37. Then the mother hurriedly sewed him up again. He was not aware of anything and never once stirred. The wolf finally awoke and got up onto his legs, because the stones in his stomach made him very thirsty. He wanted to go to a well and get a drink, but when he began to walk and move about, the stones in his stomach knocked against each other and rattled. Then he cried out, "What rumbles and tumbles inside of me? I thought it was kids." When he got to the well and leaned over the water to drink, the heavy stones pulled him in, and he drowned miserably. When the 7 goats saw what had happened, they ran up and cried out, "The wolf is dead, the wolf is dead." And with their mother, they danced for joy around about the well, inhaling deep and exhaling deep. The peasant and the devil. Once upon a time, there was a clever peasant whose tricks were much talked about. The best story, however, is how he once got the best of the devil and made a fool of him. One day, the peasant had been working in his field, and suddenly he felt himself beginning to lose control over his fear. Just as it was getting dark, he was getting ready to go home. Filled with amazement, he walked toward it, and sitting on top of the glowing coals was a little black devil. "You must be sitting on a treasure," said the peasant. "Yes, indeed," replied the devil, "on a treasure that contains more gold and silver than you have ever seen in your life." "The treasure is in my field and belongs to me," said the peasant. "I have enough money, but I have a desire for the fruits of the earth." The peasant entered into the bargain, saying, To prevent any dispute from arising about the division, everything above the ground shall belong to you, and everything beneath the ground to me. The devil was quite satisfied with that, but the cunning peasant had planted turnips. Now, when harvest time came, the devil appeared and wanted to take away his crop. But he found nothing except the yellow withered leaves. And the happy peasant dug up his turnips. "You got the best of me this time," said the devil, "but it won't happen again. Next time, what grows above ground shall be yours, and what is under it shall be mine." "That is all right with me," answered the peasant. When planting time came, the peasant did not plant turnips again, but wheat. The crop ripened, and the peasant went into the field and cut the full stalks off at ground level. When the devil came, he found nothing but the stubble. "That's the way one has to deal with foxes," said the peasant, then carried away the treasure. If the 12 apostles, it was 300 years before the birth of Christ. There lived a mother who had 12 sons. She was so poor and needy that she did not know how she would be able to keep them alive. She prayed daily to God that He might allow her sons to be together on earth with the promised Savior. When her need became even greater, she sent them one after the other out into the world to seek something to eat. The oldest one was named Peter. He went forth and had already walked far, an entire day's journey, when he found himself in a great forest. He looked for a way out, but could not find one. Going instead deeper and deeper into the woods, his hunger was so great that he could barely stand upright. He finally became so weak that he had to lie down and believed that he was near death. Suddenly, there stood before him a small boy. He glistened and was as beautiful and friendly as an angel. The child clapped his hands together, causing Peter to look up at him. "Why are you sitting there so sadly?" "Oh," answered Peter, "I am walking about in the world, seeking something to eat so that I might be able to see the promised Savior, for that is my greatest wish." The child said. He took poor Peter by the hand and led him between the cliffs to a large cave emerging from behind a few pillars which served as marble walls. They went inside, and everything glistened with gold, silver, and crystal. In the middle, there stood 12 cradles next to each other. Then the little angel said, "Lie down in the first one and sleep a little. I will rock you." Peter did this, and the little angel sang to him and rocked him until he fell asleep. While he slept, the second brother came to him. He too had been brought there by his guardian angel, and was also rocked to sleep in like manner. The others came as well, each in turn, until all 12 were lying there, asleep in the golden cradles. There they slept for 300 years. Breathing deeply, inhaling the gifts of the little folk. A tailor and a goldsmith were journeying together when one evening, just as the sun had sunk behind the mountains, Satani saw and heard the sound of distant music. It grew more and more distinct. It had a strange sound, but was so pleasing that they forgot their fatigue and walked speedily ahead. The moon had already risen when they arrived upon a hill. Here they viewed a large number of small men and women who were holding hands, dancing, and cheerfully singing. With the greatest pleasure and happiness. An old man, somewhat larger than the others, sat in their midst. He squinted at them gently. He wore a brightly colored jacket, and his ice-gray beard hung down over his chest. Filled with amazement, the two wanderers stopped. The old man motioned to them that they too should join in, and the little people voluntarily opened their circle. The goldsmith, who had a hump on his back, and like all hunchbacks was forward enough, stepped right up. The tailor was at first a little shy and held back, but as soon as he saw what fun it was, he too took heart and joined in. They closed the circle again, and the little people sang and danced wildly forth. They were frightened, but they did not have to worry for long. The old man grabbed the goldsmith and, with the greatest speed, smoothly shaved off his beard and the hair from his head. Then the same thing happened to the tailor. Oh! Their fear disappeared when the old man patted them friendly on their shoulders, as if he wanted to say that they had done well by letting it all happen without resistance. Listing with his finger, he pointed toward a pile of coal that lay nearby and indicated to them, through gestures, that they should fill their pockets with it. They both obeyed, although they did not know of what use the coal would be to them. Then they went on their way to seek out a place to spend the night. They had just arrived in the valley when the bell from a neighboring monastery struck 12. The singing ceased instantly, and everyone disappeared, and the hill lay in lonely moonlight. The two wanderers found shelter lying on beds of straw. They covered themselves with their jackets. They were so tired that they forgot to take the coal out of their pockets first. They were awakened earlier than normal by a heavy weight pressing down on their limbs. They reached into their pockets and could hardly believe their eyes when they saw that they were not filled with coal, but with pure gold. Furthermore, their hair and their beards had also been fully restored. Now they were rich. However, the goldsmith had twice as much as the tailor, because true to his greedy nature, he had filled his pockets better. However much a greedy person has, he always wants more. That evening, the tailor did not want to do this and said, "Ush, I have enough and am satisfied. I am going to become a master." However, to please the goldsmith, he agreed to stay one more day. That evening, the goldsmith hung several pockets over his shoulders and set off for the hill, as had happened the night before. He found the little people dancing and singing. The old man shaved him smooth once again and indicated that he should take some coal. Without hesitating, he packed away as much as his pockets would hold, and then happily returned home, covering himself with his jacket. He said, with the sweet premonition that he would awaken tomorrow as a very rich man. He fell asleep. When he opened his eyes, he got up quickly in order to examine his pockets. How astounded he was when he pulled out nothing but black coal. However often he reached inside, he thought, horrified, he saw that it, too, had turned back into coal. He struck himself on the forehead with his grimy hand and felt that his entire head was as bald and smooth as his beardless chin. Nor was that the end of his misfortune. Only now did he notice that, in addition to the hump on his back, a second one of the same size had grown onto his chest. Now he recognized the punishment for his greed and began to cry aloud. The good tailor, who had been awakened by all this, consoled the unhappy man as best he could, saying, "You were my traveling companion, and you can stay with me now and live for my treasure." He kept his word, but the poor goldsmith had to bear 2 humps and cover his bald head with a cap for as long as he lived. The shepherd boy. There was once upon a time a shepherd boy whose fame spread far and wide because of the wise answers he gave to every question. The king of the country heard of it likewise, but did not believe it, and sent for the boy. Then he said to him, "If you can give me an answer to 3 questions which I will ask you, I will look upon you as my own child, and you shall dwell with me in my royal palace." The boy said, "What are the 3 questions?" The king said, "The first is how many drops of water are there in the ocean?" The shepherd boy answered, "Lord King, if you will have all the rivers on earth dammed up so that not a single drop runs from them into the sea, until I have counted it, I will tell you how many drops there are in the sea." The king said, "The next question is how many stars are there in the sky?" The shepherd boy said, "Give me a great sheet of white paper." Then he made so many fine points on it with a pen that they could scarcely be seen, and it was all but impossible to count them. Anyone who looked at them would have lost his sight. Then he said, "There are as many stars in the sky as there are points on the paper." But no one was able to do it. The king said, "The third question is, how many seconds of time are there in eternity?" Then said the shepherd boy, "Which is 2 miles high, 2 miles wide, and 2 miles deep. Every 100 years, a little bird comes and sharpens its beak on it. When the whole mountain is worn away by this." The king said, "You have answered the 3 questions like a wise man, and shall henceforth dwell with me in my royal palace. I will regard you as my own child." Dumb, the old woman in the woods. A poor servant girl was once traveling through a great forest with her master and mistress. When they were in the middle of it, robbers came out of the thicket and murdered everyone they found. Everyone perished, except the girl, who, in her fright, had jumped out of the carriage and hidden herself behind a tree. After the robbers had taken their loot and departed, she came forth and saw the horrible disaster. She began to weep bitterly and said, "What can a poor girl like me do now? Oh, I do not know the way out of the woods. No human being lives here, so I'll most certainly starve to death." She walked about, looking for a pathway, but could not find one. When evening fell, she sat down beneath a tree, commended herself to God, prayed to fate to take good care of her, and promised herself freedom in death, and decided to remain seated there and not go away, whatever might happen. Just let the meditation, whatever it is, allow it to rest, allow it to recede. After she had sat there a while, a little white dove flew up to her with a little golden key in its beak. It put the little key in her hand, saying, "Do you see that large tree over there? A little lock is on it. Open it with this little key, and you will find enough food to still your hunger." Then she went to the tree, unlocked it, and found milk in a little bowl and white bread to break into it, so that she could eat her fill. When she was satisfied, she said, "It is now the time when the hens at home go to roost. I am so tired that I would like to lie down in my bed as well." Then the little dove flew to her again, bringing another little golden key in its bill. It said, "Open that tree over there, and you will find a bed." She opened it and found a beautiful white bed. Then she prayed to God for protection during the night, lay down, and fell asleep. In the morning, the little dove came for the third time, again bringing a little key. It said, "Open that tree over there, and you will find clothes." Upon opening it, she found garments trimmed with gold and jewels, more splendid than those of any princess. Thus she lived there for some time. The little dove came every day, providing her with everything that she needed. It was a peaceful, good life. Then one day, the little dove came and said, "Will you do me a favor?" "Gladly, with all my heart," said the girl. Then the little dove said, "I will lead you to a little house. Go inside where an old woman will be sitting by the fireplace. Thank you. She will say good day, but on your life, do not answer her and let her speak first, in spite of whatever she might do. Pass by her on her right-hand side where there is a door. Open it, and you will enter into a room where there are all kinds of rings lying on a table. Some of these are splendid ones with glistening stones. Leave them where they are and seek out a simple one, which must be among them. Then bring it here to me as quickly as you can." The girl went to the little house and entered in at the door. An old woman was sitting there. Let her sit for a minute or two before she spoke. When she saw the girl, she glared at her and said, "Ah, good day, my child." The girl did not answer, but approached the door. "Where are you going?" cried the old woman, grabbing her skirt, trying to hold her fast. "This is my house, and no one can go in there if I do not want them to." But the girl said nothing, pulled away from her, and went directly into the room. On the table there was an enormous quantity of rings, which glistened and glittered before her eyes. She stirred through them, looking for the simple one, but she could not find it. While she was thus seeking, she saw the old woman sneak by, trying to make off with a birdcage she had in her hand. The girl went up to her and took the cage out of her hand, lifting it up and looking inside. She saw a bird with the simple ring in its beak. She took the ring and happily ran out of the house with it. She thought that the little white dove would come and get the ring, but it did not. Then she leaned against a tree, determined to wait for the dove. As she stood there, it seemed that the tree was becoming soft and flexible. Suddenly, the branches wrapped themselves round her and became two arms. Looking around, she saw that the tree had turned into a handsome man who hugged her. He said, "You have delivered me from the power of the old woman, who is a wicked witch. She had turned me into a tree, and for a few hours every day, I was a white dove. As long as she possessed the ring, I could not regain my human form. Then his servants and his horses, who had likewise been changed into trees, were freed from the magic spell as well. They were standing there beside him. Then they traveled to his kingdom, for he was a prince, and they married and lived happily. One day, there was a problem with the wedding. Every year, the year they were married, a terrible vampire cruised and slew their husbands. The Goose Girl at the Well. There was once upon a time a very old woman who lived with her flock of geese in a remote clearing in the mountains. There she had a little house. The clearing was surrounded by a large forest, and every morning the old woman took her crutch and hobbled into it. However, there in the forest, she was quite active, more so than anyone would have thought, considering her age. She collected grass for her geese, picked all the wild fruit she could reach, and carried everything home on her back. Anyone would have thought that the heavy load would have weighed her to the ground, but she always brought it safely home. If anyone met her, she greeted them quite courteously. "Good day, dear countrymen. It is a fine day. Ah, you wonder that I should drag grass about. But everyone must take their burden on their back." Nevertheless, people did not like to meet her if they could help it, and preferred to take a roundabout way to avoid her. When a father with his boys passed her, he whispered to them, "Beware of the old woman. She has claws beneath her gloves. She is a witch, One morning, a handsome young man was going through the forest. Finally, he had proof that Sue was alive. The sun shone bright, the birds sang, and a cool breeze crept through the leaves. He was full of joy and gladness. He had not met anyone when he suddenly perceived the old witch kneeling on the ground, cutting grass with a sickle. She had already thrust a whole load into her bundle, and near it stood 2 baskets filled with wild apples and pears. He approached the old woman. "But good little mother," said he, "how can you carry all that away? And if you spread it out, how will it serve me in the world? Your health, your faith, and your love." "I must carry it, dear sir," answered she. Rich folks' children have no need to do such things, but with the peasant folk, the saying goes, if the peasant feels he is having trouble with a servant, the house is a nuisance and the servant is a blessing. Don't look behind you. You will only see how crooked your back is. Will you help me?" As he remained standing by her, she continued, "You have still a straight back and young legs. It would be a trifle to you. Besides, my house is not so very far from here. It stands there on the heath. How soon you would bound up thither." The young man took compassion on the old woman. "My father is certainly no peasant," replied he, "but a rich count. Nevertheless, to prove that it is not only peasants who can carry things, I will take your bundle. If you will try it," said she, "I shall be very glad."